find the best answers to questions like what to do and how to make it happen. Today's conference has more than 300 participants coming from various countries and various institutions. We have experts from the field who will be joining us for the next 2 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions. With events such as speaker sessions, panel discussions, Q&A, fireside chat, the major outcome of this conference has always been to bring together higher education representatives, industry experts, and coaching community for a collaborative dialogue on issues that drive inclusive practices focused on student success. It will be an opportune moment to refurbish and debate upon topics of mutual interest with our esteemed colleagues over the next 2 days. I sincerely hope that this conference will deliberate and discuss all the different facets of this exciting topic and come up with recommendations that will help in meeting the aim and objectives of this conference. We all are a part of this conference due to a shared passion for the vision of International Coaching Federation and Shulini University. With these words, I guarantee that the conference will be productive and worth your precious time. I would like to conclude by encouraging everyone to participate with increasing number in the discussions through digital platforms for the conference days. We would be delighted to have your suggestions and questions at the end of each session. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Without any further delay, I would like to start with the events. I call upon on the stage our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Atul Khosla, for lamp lighting. We request our distinguished guests to join him.
कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योति
Thank you, everyone. I now invite Ankur Bashir to kindly take the stage and invoke the name of the goddess and share the shloka from Rig Veda, evoking harmony and coherence. Ankur is a director, voice coach, performance artist, a poet, and assistant professor for performing arts at Shulini University. Over to you, Ankur.
Check, mic check, check. Good morning all, welcome. And this shloka is very special because it invokes one of the crucial ideas of harmony. Our mind, body, and soul is disjointed, fragmented. And this is in Sanskrit. I hope we don't hear Sanskrit these days. right? So my mother is a Sanskrit professor, and she taught me this shlok, and I composed it when I learned this instrument. So here it is. Sangachadvam samvadatvam sambho mana se janata. Sangachadvam samvadatvam sambho mana se janata. नमामिव आकुति समाना हृदया निवार समानिव आकुति समाना हृदया निवार समानमस्तु वो मनो यथवा सुहासति संगच्छध्वं संवदत्वं संभो मना सिजानता नमामिव आकुति समाना हृदया निवार समानमस्तु वो मनो यथवा सुहासति संगच्छध्वं संवदत्वं संभो मना से जानता. Thank you so much. Zarur. So this shloka is about harmony. If we work together, we are in unity with our mind, body, and soul. Because sometimes our mind in different directions, our body is in different direction, and our soul is in different direction. So this shloka brings everything together, and as you have felt it in your heart as well, it is a very calming sort of a thing. So you'll relax. It is not if you win by power. It is if you win by ease. That is the truth. And that is the true skill, winning by ease. Thank you so much.
With this beautiful rendition and harmony as a starting point, let's dive into the thick of action. We are proud to announce that the founder and chancellor of Shulin University, Professor P.K. Khosla, will be addressing you all now. An internationally renowned academician with a postdoctorate in genetics from Oxford University, UK, Professor Khosla has added a new dimension to higher education and research in Indian universities. He has served as Vice Chancellor, Palampur HP, Shulin University, and Shulin University Solon. As Senior Scientific Advisor to the Government of Himachal Pradesh, he has also been responsible for leading its biotechnology policy. Chancellor Sir has been our guiding light and patron, and we invite him now onto the stage.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Bye. The Mr. Vice Chancellor, Atul Khosla, Payal, other distinguished participants, renowned coaches, and students, and all those present in this function that is on the conclave for coaching. Dear colleagues, when Payal asked me to say a few words, I was not knowing what this coaching means. I knew that The students go for coaching when they are preparing for the competition. I also knew every time the coaching starts from childhood, from the parents to the teachers, to the employers, to all those who come in your life, who are senior to you or your well-wishers. So life is a sum total of coaching here and there. Then Payal told me, it's okay, the coaching is there, but now coaching itself has become a profession. There are psychologists, neuroscientists, people, experts who have specialized in this discipline. How to improve the productivity, how to improve the capability of a person so that he becomes successful. I was just looking at some of the slides being shown in the beginning. There it was also written that the coaching can go to the extent that it becomes a success story. If I look at my life, I was an ordinary student. But once it came to me, what is the difference between this student and that student, this class fellow and that class fellow? If he can do, she can do, why can't I? When that why can I came to me, it made a change. With that change, I became the university topper. And there was no end to my life. I continued making quantum jumps in my career, in my profession. And even when you look at this university, which is here, this program, entering into private university, private education, entered into mine while at the age of 64, 65. I'm not citing my example for pride. I'm only for telling to the students that anybody can do anything, provided you realize your potential, whether it is a self-coaching or coaching with others. And when the university was started, I was very clear what would be its goal. I had read the statement of Dr. Kalam, who said, it is a national shame that none of the Indian universities among 200 global universities. That very moment, I thought the vision of this university, which we are going to establish, should be to be among 200 global universities by 2022. We are now sitting 12 years have passed in 2022. I don't know where we land, but I can assure the audience that we are in the process, we will land somewhere. So the present conclave that you're holding, of course, everybody can't have the same example that I am citing of my own. But one thing is there, if mind is under control, and if you know how to tame your mind, then all doors open themselves. Even the teachers, even the psychologists say, if you are sick, if you believe you are not sick, why hard? And 100% belief the disease will go away. That is self-coaching. So I find that the coaching in the today's competitive world is going to be very important. Every student, even the teachers are required to be guided. The teachers of students of today are going to be different than that of yesteryears. Because now every information is available in the Google. Why should they come to your class? It is going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge to the coaching people, that how to make them interesting, their teaching, their coaching interesting, so that they can improve the participation of the students to improve their potential. So thank you very much, Payal, for asking me to be with you for this purpose. I'm very sorry I could not be with you personally because I was to attend some family responsibility. I'm here, that is why I'm online. So wish you all the best. God bless you all. Whatever you do in life, that should be the best. That should be your aim. That is the only advice from my side, from the students and the teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words of wisdom have always shown us the way ahead and been a guiding post. At this moment, we take great pride in welcoming and honoring our distinguished coaches who have joined us from India and abroad, a community that is a reflection of camaraderie, collaboration, and conviviality. We strive together, we fight together, we grow together, and we strive together. Powered by their humaneness, passion, and an instinctive desire to enable transformative change amongst youth, the We Empower project, with their support, has grown from strength to strength. I call upon our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly take the stage and felicitate them. In no particular order, I invite Dr. Winston to please come forward. Students, please give a big round of applause. I invite Coach Sushma to kindly come next. Coach Rukaya Khan joining us from UAE, please come forward. Coach Nev needs to walk onto the stage, please. Coach Puneet to follow with his distinctive smile. Coach Adhir, please. I invite Coach Rishi to kindly come forward. Thank you, Atul sir, and our dear coaches. Each person holds so much power within themselves that needs to be let out. Sometimes they just need a little nudge, a little direction, a little support, a little coaching, and the greatest things can happen. The International Coaching Federation Foundation and the 100 ICF credentialed coaches over the past year have partnered with Shulin University to offer coaching to our students and faculty. And we have the impact, insights, and learnings to share from that experience, the processes and the best practices in the field, which will gain immense interest with colossal and exuberant presence of adepts, researchers, delegates, and talented coaching community. We are at this point extremely delighted to share with you all the welcome and congratulatory address by Magdalena N. Mook, CEO of International Coaching Federation. Magdalena is the CEO of International Coaching Federation, where she acts as a partner to the ICF's Global Board of Directors. Magda is an association management professional, trained professional coach, and systems facilitator. In 2019, Magda was recognized as the #1 coach, Global Influence by Marshall Goldsmith Thinkers 50. In 2021 and 2022, she was recognized as one of the top 30 global gurus in organizational culture. Magda was also recently appointed to the 2022 ASAE Foresight Works Advisory Group. She's also a member of the International Association of Women, ATD, and is an advisory member of WIAL and Choice magazine.
Hello, everyone. My name is Magdalena Mock. I'm a CEO of International Coaching Federation, and it is my distinct pleasure to be meeting with you today at this, I hope, festive celebration of the Conclave on shaping lives through coaching. I wish I could be there with you in person. However, traveling these days is still not the best option. And I certainly hope that sooner than later, we will be having an opportunity to seeing each other and meeting each other in person. So, shaping lives through coaching. I was so intrigued by this title for the entire conclave. And I, of course, am a huge proponent of professional coaching. You may ask, so, well, frankly, because coaching empowers. In one word, coaching empowers. And it is also important to see how coaching becomes integral part of a thriving society through different points of entry, if you will. One of it is bringing coaching to institutions of higher education and showing students the power of internal transformation with the help of professional coaching. And coaching is becoming integrated into a completed and complement the large ecosystem of learning. So ICF defines coaching as partnering with the client in thought-provoking and creative process that inspires the client to maximize their greater potential. The process of coaching often unlocks previously untapped resources and imagination, productivity, and leadership. You know, everything we do, all the goals that we set for ourselves and all the challenges that we are facing, we're striving to overcome them and make a right choice. Partnering with a coach can change your life, literally, setting you on the path for greater personal and professional fulfillment. Choices are the part of our life, and choices make us grow. And yet, oftentimes making a choice could be riddled with dilemma, uncertainty, and frankly, many other challenges. You made the choice to join this great university, and you may remember even from that moment on, choosing is an emotional process, despite all evaluations that we may do. You now will be making a choice of where you go further in your career. Being at peace with that choice is super important, and to move forward so that we also understand that not all decisions are perfect. And to make that choice, one needs some support. Some choices are very easy. What to dress, what to have for dinner. Others may be extremely, extremely important, and some choices that will really shape the rest of your life. So it could be a life decision, it could be a career decision. But one is for sure, there are gonna be some ramifications for that choice, and there are gonna be some outcomes of those choices. freedom of choice is typically cherished, whereas a severe limitation or artificially restricted choices can lead to a great discomfort. So, as somebody famous said, if you chase two rabbits, both will escape. So making a choice has consequences. Back to coaching. Why am I talking so much about choices and not about coaching? Well, because coaching can significantly support a process of making a choice. We know from our studies with PricewaterhouseCoopers that awareness of professional coaching is growing and is growing very fast. We just released the study of the global awareness of coaching, and since the first time we did that study in 2010, the awareness of coaching increased from 51 to 70%. That's unprecedented. What we do know too is that younger people are more aware of professional coaching, and not only that, they are more willing to engage in professional coaching. Coaching, when it first started being utilized, was perhaps characterized as remedial. In other words, if there was a problem, there was a coach. Anymore, this is really a support mechanism for leadership development. It's a badge of honor to be offered working with professional coach. It is a definitely investment in self or in the organization. We also know that organizations with strong coaching cultures are having a much greater engagement of their employees and therefore realize better financial results as well. Many millennial individuals are frankly in certain areas of the world expecting coaching as not special treatment, but as a part of their leadership development and their career pathing. So they are looking into that kind of support so that they in turn can be more productive individuals. From certain other studies, we know that coaching is one of the best supporter and accelerator of change initiatives. And change initiatives, you also know that most of them do not end well. They fail. They are not led through completion. And big problem of that is that if there is lack of leadership, if there is lack of true communication, if there is lack of resilience, or if there is a resistance from the organization or institution, then the change initiative does not have great opportunity to succeed. We know that coaching is most often sought after for issues of communication, resilience, and leadership. Speaking of leadership, and you are a class of leaders, leadership now calls for very different traits than before, such as self-awareness, such as inclusion, vulnerability even, openness, curiosity. And all those traits, again, can be best supported and developed further with the support of professional coach. Team coaching is making also its roads, and it's being so well recognized in a professional world. You know, when we think about where coaching is being used, first it started as a one-to-one situation, but quickly you started seeing large organizations utilizing coaching and being quite vocal about it and about the successes that coaching brought about to those organizations. Well, I just recently spoke to a new cohort of coaches within Tata Consulting Services, and they were talking about their clients utilizing coaching to a great extent. We see governments being very keen on including coaching in their offerings to their employees, to the extent that some governmental organizations are creating internal pools of coaches and also centers of excellence for them. We also started seeing application of coaching in social progress organizations, not-for-profits, charities around the globe, again, in support of the leadership of those organizations so they can deliver better. And it is also a growing trend. We see coaching more and more in education, in learning, including institutions of higher education, such as this great university. ICF supports one program through its foundation, and we're extremely proud of it. It's called the Ignite Initiative. And that initiative uses collective power of ICF members, of chapters, of credential holders to accelerate the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Couple of our Council of Ambassadors from the foundation, Ottara and Shruti, I now partner with the Cellini University to have an Ignite initiative and to deliver a project for the university that started in September 2021. This particular one was aligned with a sustainable goal number 4, which calls for quality education for success. And it was really great to see that this initiative that offered and afforded coaching to students and to faculty as well would help everybody get better results, get faster results, more sustainable results, and also help develop self-awareness, we talked about it already, self-regulation, and create higher levels of empathy and of course, again, boost leadership abilities. I know that you have a couple of speakers during the conclave that will be talking and sharing you fantastic case studies of how coaching in education at the university level is preparing you for being a more empathetic, more powerful, and more effective leader in the future. So I just received the results of the survey of the participants of that particular initiative, and I am extremely proud to say 92% of respondents said that they had strong interest in participating in coaching. 94 said that coaching contributed to their success, and another 94 said that they would recommend coaching to others. We see coaching being applied even at the level of elementary schools or high schools, but more and more universities are really catching up on the fact that this is supporting people becoming leader early. Some studies indicated that right now younger people are frankly stepping into the position of management, that is managing other individuals, much younger than even a generation before. And then they are not prepared. So congratulations to you to being a part of this initiative, and congratulations to Cellini University to create this opportunity, to have this awareness, and to being brave to offer it as means of
practiced this thousands of times. And we've practiced this so many times कि आपको लगता है कि spontaneous है. But actually, it is not spontaneous. It comes from hours and hours and hours and hours of riyaz. I'm told that Lata Mangeshkar, even 3 months before her death, would do 2 to 3 hours of riyaz every day. The power of practice. Well, anyway, we're here to talk about coaching today. I once again thank Payal for this absolutely stunning event. So Payal, thank you for making this happen. It's so difficult. It appears very easy, but let me tell you, to get 100 coaches together, people who are extremely, extremely busy, aligned with a common cause. It's not easy. It's almost impossible. You know, of course, we dream big. And when Payal came to me, I said, Payal, dream big. But I didn't give her a chance. But Payal, you made it happen. A big round of applause for you. Also, I have to thank our dear coaches. I think without you, this whole exercise is meaningless. So thank you for coming here. Some of you are online. So thank you for living our dream, I would say. And I also thank the students. Some of you might be skeptics. Kya hota hai, sir? Some of you might say, मुझे करना ही कुछ नहीं, मैं तो ऐसे ही student था. At least I was a student like that when I was in college. Some might say, I anyway know everything. So it all depends which part of life you are. So why do you need a coach? Why should I spend time with Navneet, who's my coach? And I bring it down to one word, which is purpose. Dr. Khosla spoke about exploring your inner self. We all live lives. We all have good food. We get up in the morning, or sometimes we don't get up in the morning. I used to get up at 2 in the afternoon when I was in college. We sleep on time or not on time. I think as students, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't even bathe for a week. That's what student life is all about. But anyway, life moves on. And as they say, then you die. Now, the point is, did you find the purpose of your life during that, whatever, 70, 80, 90 years that you lived? And jisko wo purpose mil gaya, जिसको वो जुनून मिल गया, that person can change the world. That person can make waves. That person can ignite other people, other minds. So the first thing a coach will do will help you hopefully discover your purpose. You could be a student, you could be a faculty, you could be a vice chancellor, you could be a coach. There could be a time in life that you need a redirection of your purpose. And I'll give another example which I speak about. I don't know whether you know the statistics. 10% of IAS officers who retire at the age of 60 die by the age of 65. 10%. The average Indian is 3%. Why? Because they've run an extremely ambitious life. They've run an extremely purposeful life, and they retire and they lose their purpose of life. Happens with bureaucracy, right? Hemanji is with us. He's been a very, very senior bureaucrat. The army people are more attuned to it, right? I so love people from the army, Brigadier Mehta, because your ability to adjust to a new purpose exists. So I was speaking to a friend of mine. His name is Rahul Gupta. He's now at Harvard. Harvard has actually started a school of veteran learning. 9 months after retirement, you go over there. And what do? All you try to do in those 9 months is find the purpose of your life. So a coach will help you, dear students, discover that purpose. कि क्यों exist करते हैं, क्या करना चाहते हैं life में. और जिस दिन आपको मिल गया फिर उस आपको कोई रोक नहीं सकता. तो आप सबके पास 3 years, 4 years, 2 years, depending upon the program that you're in, you have that time. And our role as educationists, our role as academicians, I believe, is to give you that purpose and give you that inspiration कि करना क्या है. कुछ लोगों को फर्स्ट ईयर में मिल जाता है, मेरे जैसे नालायकों को 4th ईयर में मिल जाता है, कईयों को 35 की एज में मिलता है. Probably it's too late at 35. So try exploring your purpose. And I think I keep on repeating purpose because your coaches will help you discover that. और अगर इतना ही मिल गया, the purpose is solved. So my dream of We Empower is to ensure that all of you students find that purpose, why and what you're going to do in the next 10 years of your life. So that's one. All of you will graduate. You'll get married, hopefully. Some people nowadays decide not to, but that's fine. Now, what do you now, and you had big audacious goals. You know, I will be, where is Ankur? Ankur, I'm sure, wants to be a big theater player, right? Big dreams. We all have big dreams as young people. And then life comes in and we lose our dreams. गुब्बारे में से फुस हवा निकल जाती है. जिंदगी चल रही है. You then need a coach again. You need a coach again who reignites that purpose, who brings the craziness into your mind again. And I've been speaking about this. Makes you crazy again to believe that you can do and achieve the impossible. And it's very, very important. That's again a time when you need a coach. You have to be crazy. And I know some of you might be fans of Steve Jobs, and he says that if you're not crazy enough to believe that you can change the world, you will not change the world. And if you believe that you can, you will. So be crazy enough at 19 and 22 and 23 years that you are. We're all crazy. I mean, students by definition are crazy people in some form or the other. We want to change the world. That's why the biggest revolutionaries of the world were students. Then life comes in. देखा आपने सुबह your wife or your husband will pack dinner, lunch for you. फिर उसको डब्बे को लेके जाते हो. फिर लंच खाते हो. फिर शाम हो जाती है. फिर बस में बैठ के वापस चले जाते हो. फिर बीवी से डांट पड़ती है. भूल गए कुछ काम. Whatever. फिर बच्चे बोलते हैं पापा पापा मेरे को स्टोरी सुनाओ. दे यार प्लीज सोने दे. Anyway, that's how life moves. And you forget, and that excitement keeps eroding away. So remember the coach who worked with you. Call up Navneet after 10 years, after We Empower, and say, I want to get that power back. I want to get that purpose back. And that's when your coach will come in again, hopefully, and ignite that craziness in your mind. That's the second time. And now imagine that you all are very successful. You're an IAS officer, you're a Nobel Prize winner. You know, you're a prime minister, or you've won a state election, you're Bhagwant Mann. Who could have thought he'll win the elections, huh? He's chief minister of Punjab. Wow. Right? He used to come on Comedy Circus. Poor Sidhu would judge him, huh? वो बन गया chief minister. वो election ही हार गया बेचारा. Anyway, that's life. So now imagine you're Bhagwant Mann. You achieved your passion. You were crazy enough to believe. By the way, they're crazy enough to believe that they can change things. And that's why they do. So now you're Mr. Kejriwal, or you're Mr. Bhagwant Mann, or you're whoever you are, but you're very successful in life. You again need a coach. Now you need a coach whom you need to go to him and say, I have so much power. Please help and ensure that I retain the path of truth and integrity. Power सिर पर चढ़ जाती है. पागल हो जाते हैं लोग. Am I right? Imagine Kambli just couldn't handle it. Vinod Kambli and Tendulkar, we keep that example. So 3 stages in life. First, where you are today, find the purpose. Second, when you're mid-age, when the 7-year itch comes in, again, reignite the purpose, become crazy again. And finally, when you've achieved success, how do you ensure that you retain the values around which you started the purpose? So again, come back to purpose. And hopefully, Payal, with your effort, we will be able to not just retain this purpose and build this purpose for you all for the next 5 years. Hopefully, we can help you. Hopefully, this will be powerful enough, Payal, that it takes you over the next 50 years of making all of you super successful, great human beings. But more importantly, I would say India, a great nation, because if you people don't succeed, you are the belly of the nation. If you don't succeed, India will not succeed. And if India doesn't succeed, if we are one of the world's most populous countries, the world will not be a better place. So let's make We Empower successful for you, for India, and the world. Thank you very much, Payal. Loved this interaction. Look forward to being back.
A big round of applause again. I think we are short of words to say the address was so impactful, inspirational, and thought-provoking. So what is your major takeaway from Atul sir's address? Yeah, come together? Purpose. Louder. Purpose. And how many stages in life we need to go back to our purpose? 3 stages, right? So we have to continue to find our purpose, ignite our purpose, and sustain and retain our values when we are at the top of the ladder. Thank you so much, Atul sir. And we continue to apologize for the technical glitches, but we have a very, very patient guest who is joining us from US and is here to address you, one of the top global coaches in India. We have him online? Yes, okay. So Jonathan Reeds is an MCC coach, Net Fluxify's Director for Training, CEO. He's also the co-founder of the Team Coaching Global Alliance and a top-rated speaker at the World Business and Executive Coaches Summit. He wrote Coaching Hacks, Simple Strategies to Make Every Conversation More Effective. Jonathan is a member of the faculty in the Weatherhood School of Management coaching program at Case Western Reserve University. Jonathan Reeds lives in Cleveland, Ohio, with his wife, Joy, and daughter, Julia. We welcome Jonathan onto the stage. A big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very kindly. Payal, thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. So, Mr. Distinguished Chancellor, faculty, students, coaches, and other guests of the International Coaching Conclave at Shalini University, I celebrate with you this morning the power of coaching. And I 100% relate to those 3 stages of coaching, visiting what it is we look to accomplish in our lives. In fact, if I were to lay that lens for coaching over my own life, I would think first about being coached in a team that I was on 25 years ago. And I realized that that coach that came in and shaped that team got us to a place where we were more effective in a matter of minutes, 45 minutes or 1 hour, than the team had been able to do in months prior to the presence of the coach. So learning to understand that that coach changed how we operated set me on a path that has redirected the rest of my life. The second phase would be learning to coach and then by extension training coaches. And that phase began 5 or so years later. where the values that I had experienced in being coached, I realized I had an opportunity to pass on to others. And that is a seed I will plant with you at the beginning of our time together this morning, is that you have an opportunity to make a difference, not only in your own life through coaching, but in the lives of others. And that really is the third season for me as well in coaching, that I now dedicate the majority of my life, the majority of my professional career, to coaching and training other coaches. So I celebrate with you this morning what you've learned, what you've discovered about the power of coaching. And I look forward, and I take the Vice Chancellor's words very seriously, what he said just moments ago, that India being healthy and empowered is better for the world. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that people empowered by coaching puts the world on a course that is more meaningful, that is more impactful, more measurable. And I will tell you, as we get started over the next few minutes, I'm going to tell you quite a bit of my own story, quite a bit more of my own story than I typically tell. But I think that this celebration, this discovery of what's possible with coaching, this is the place to be talking about our own stories. And even though I'm on the other side of the world, and I echo Magdalena Mook's comments earlier, I would have loved to have been there with you in person this morning for the conclave, but travel is not quite ready yet. Our various countries have not quite worked out the details of putting the coronavirus pandemic behind us. We're not quite ready for that, but we are 100% ready to celebrate. And the celebration that we'll put in front of each other, I would suggest, begins with sharing our stories, with looking at the various pieces of our story and how those stories come to life through coaching, through connection, through engagement, and through relationship. So as we get started this morning, I'm going to tell you just very directly, I wish I had encountered coaching earlier than I did. I was 31 years old, I think, when I encountered coaching. That was in 1997. Now, I've told you exactly how old I am at this point, but that was 25 years ago. And I wish I had encountered coaching when I was an undergraduate. I studied electrical engineering. I went to Case Western Reserve University as an undergrad, and I studied electrical engineering. I never actually worked as an electrical engineer. And that's something I think coaching could have helped me with. I don't think I could have predicted where coaching would take me in the course of all of this, but I do think that thinking about my career, thinking about my direction, thinking about my purpose, as we were challenged a few minutes ago, I do think that is something that coaching could have helped me with pretty directly and pretty profoundly over the course of my young adult life. So that's a moment that I'll invite you to consider. What actually could coaching do for you at this point in your life? Now, I think back to young Jonathan. This is me in 1997. Not that different, maybe a little bit different. The hair was a lot more brown. It's a lot more gray now. The hair was a little bit longer, a little bit thicker in those days. It was a situation where my job in those days was I was a television news presenter. I was 31 years old, and that's when this team that I mentioned was challenged by this coach, this outside professional that my television station brought in to get us to think about what might be possible. And he began very much like the Vice Chancellor did, by challenging the team to begin to develop a vision. And I routinely think of this image as I think about what a vision might look like. Because as you look at that wall, there are places where the way forward is blocked. There are places in that wall where the bricks would impede all progress that we might make. But then there's the window that's open where we can see far into the future. We can see far into the horizon. And that's the challenge that I want to invite us to ponder for the next few minutes. Where is that vision for you? What does that picture, what does that shape through the window, what does that destination on the other side of all of this look like for you and your life? I'll tell you, when I was the news presenter from the last photo, I couldn't see very far into that vision. I couldn't see very far into the future or into where I might be heading. All I could see was the next newscast, the next opportunity to tell a story, to tell someone else's story. What coaching did for me was begin to empower me to live into my own story. And that story that includes coaching has put me into situations like this, talking to you from the other side of the world and saying to you, this experience of coaching is powerful. This experience of coaching changes everything. This experience of coaching is the kind of thing that is within reach for you, not only being coached, but becoming a coach. So this vision includes thinking about what is it that makes coaches different from other people? And then why should we be open to working with a coach? Well, I'll tell you, what I would argue makes coaches different than every other individual, every other professional, every other leader is that coaches use everything they have to help another person succeed. Now think about that. That's not the typical, that's not the usual, that's not the common experience. Someone taking their giftedness, their skills, their training, their background, their history, their hurts, their pain, their failures, and using all of those things to benefit another person, someone else. Well, my very first coach who met that young man who was the news presenter, my very first coach challenged me to begin to be thinking that way instead of just about what I could accomplish, what I could do by myself, what I could reach for and potentially make happen as a result of my own energy and my own effort. And I'll tell you, over those next 15, 16, 20 years, that changed everything about the way I see the world. Because not only did that first coach invest in me, but I want to introduce to you over the next few minutes a number of others that also coached me. Some were professional coaches, some were not, but they influenced me by using what they had to help me succeed. Are you ready? Let me introduce you to a few. First of all, I'd like you to meet Bob. This is Bob Seitz. Bob Seitz is an author. He's a researcher. He's a teacher. He's a coach in some ways. And Bob was the first professional in a large not-for-profit organization, NGO organization here in the United States. Bob was the first person who consistently said, I see something in you, and I'm going to help you discover what that is. and how to put it to use. Bob was the first person who said to me, Jonathan, something is going on with you, and I want to help see that something happen as meaningfully and as profoundly as possible. It was 20 years ago. As you can see, I'm still talking about Bob. Bob made a difference by using what he had to help me succeed. Second, this is my friend Tom, the one, well, you see me in the photo next to me. Let me put that on the full screen. This is my friend Tom, the lady in the red shirt. That's my wife Joy, and Tom is standing next to him. Tom is the kind of friend that all of us need. Tom is the kind of friend that all of us wish we had. Tom is the kind of friend that when you call him up, he'll listen. He'll pay attention to what's going on for you. He won't make it about him. He'll ask you good questions. He'll be sympathetic. He'll be encouraging. He'll invite you to continue to think about what's most important for you. Like I say, Tom is the kind of friend that all of us need. But you know what? That's another extension of coaching, because what do friends do? Friends use what they have to help you succeed. So one challenge I have for you on this Friday morning is that you celebrate your friends. You take seriously the people around you that are there for you, that are willing to listen, that will ask you good questions, and that will be sympathetic, because all of us need that kind of engagement, that kind of relationship. That is someone using what they have to help you develop, to help you grow in useful and meaningful ways. How about another one? This is Mark LeBlanc. Mark is my coach. Mark and I have worked together in a coaching engagement for the last 7.5 years. We work very intentionally and very intensely for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 months. And then we take a break for usually 2 or 3 months. And then we work very intensely for 3 or 4 or 5 months. And then we take a break for a couple of months. It's a cycle that works very, very well. Mark uses his skills to help me to succeed, because simultaneously we have 2 conversations. First of all, we solve problems. We solve problems in my coaching or coach training business. We solve problems in my career development. We solve problems in how my business runs and the people on my team who I invest in and who I invite to think a little bit differently. Then simultaneously, as we're solving those problems, we have a second conversation that goes on almost up to the minute, where Mark asks me what I'm discovering about myself, or what I'm beginning to understand about the world, how I'm changing, how I'm growing, how I'm developing. So we solve problems, but you know what? I also learn to understand myself more meaningfully, more personally, more in depth. Mark uses what he has to help me succeed. Are you seeing a theme here? Are you noticing a pattern that is repeatable, that would be valuable for you? I hope so. I hope so, because every single one of us have things that we can use to help someone else succeed. But it's a choice that we have to make in order to unlock that specific potential. So as we pass the halfway point of our time together this morning, what is it that you have that you could use to help someone else succeed? I bet immediately some things come to mind for you. So I want you to hold those in your mind, because I want to introduce you to 3 more people. Next is Mike. This is Mike Perkinson. He's my spiritual advisor. I happen to be Christian, so he's a pastor. But I suspect you have a spiritual advisor that takes what they've been given and uses it to help you grow and develop in your spiritual life. Celebrate that. Cherish that. This is a form of coaching. This is a form of having someone else invest in you so that you have something to invest in others. It might take a form like Mike's and mine. That's a very powerful set of opportunities. This is Austin. I'm going to make this one to the full screen so you can see. This is my friend Austin Ryan. Austin Ryan and I are collaborators. You can see we're working here. We're collaborating on a joint project. Yet again, we are each using what we have to offer to benefit the other. That's a key idea of coaching. That's a key application of what's going on here. You can see Austin's having a little bit of fun in this side of the conversation. I'm pretty intensely locked in and thinking about what the possibilities are. I guess in this moment, perhaps I'm doing a little more coaching than he is, because he seems to be problem solving in this particular moment. And I am very much there to be supportive and encouraging. But this is a two-way street. We do this for each other. So coaching might happen in a meaningful engagement between you and someone with whom you have the right relationship. It's something to consider. It's something to weigh in on as you think about the conversation. Now, finally, I'd like to introduce you to my peer group. These are my coach friends. You can see I'm on the one side. Right below me, that's Viji. She lives in Chennai. Next to Viji is Mel. Mel lives in Australia. And then above Mel is Carl. Carl lives in Belgium. We have found each other. We are friends first. We are coaches next. And we encourage and challenge each other to succeed, to be the best possible coaches we can be. This is one of those illustrations of, I could not have imagined where coaching would take me. Sitting here in my office, talking to my friend Viji in India, my friend Mel in Australia, my friend Carl in Belgium. The world is now a much smaller place. And it is possible to use what we have to help someone on the other side of the world succeed, especially with technology and with opportunities. It's the coaching mindset that makes the difference. It's the commitment to use what we have to help that other person succeed. That is, I would suggest, a controversial mindset, but it's the kind of mindset that makes the world a better place. It's the kind of mindset that speaks to these two girls. That's my wife and my daughter. They are definitely invested in my success. Hopefully I am in theirs as well. The same mindset, the same coaching skill set shows up for all of us. And we have an opportunity to invest in the people around us. Now, perhaps at this moment you're saying, well, Jonathan, how do we do this? How do we invest in the people around us? Well, I'd like to spend our last few minutes talking about some very practical ideas, very practical ways that we can invest in the people around us by using the things that we have to help someone else succeed. No matter what you have, there is a way to use it to succeed. And it starts with first understanding something that the American politician Vernon Jordan, he passed away about a year ago. He was an advisor to the President of the United States during the 1990s. He was a very well-known man, a college professor, a businessman, an executive, a diplomat. He talked about challenging ourselves to remember, first and foremost, that we are all where we are today because we stand on someone's shoulders. Someone went before us and set the stage for us. Now, Mr. Jordan said, wherever you are heading, you cannot get there by yourself. And if you stand on the shoulders of others, you have a responsibility to live your life so that others may stand on your shoulders. So thinking about embracing a coaching mindset starts with, first and foremost, understanding on whose shoulders we stand. You met some of the people on whose shoulders I stand. Bob and Tom and Mark and Mike and Austin and Carl and Mel and VG. They are the people who have gone before me and on whose shoulders I stand. I hope that my students in the coach training school that I run, or my students at Case Western Reserve University, or the people I coach would say that they are standing on my shoulders as they go forward. That's a challenge and opportunity I want to put in front of you. If you can identify even one person who helped you get where you are today, guess what? You can move forward. You can take that baton and you can hand it off to the next person. They can stand on your shoulders as you move forward toward your vision. You can head for your vision, but you can take other people with you as well. And that is a celebration I would put in front of you as something that is profound, that is meaningful, and that has the potential to 100% change the world. Now, students, this next minute or so is for you. I believe the Vice Chancellor immediately prior to me is correct. The most likely group to change the world is a student group. And I want to challenge you. I want to invite you. I want to encourage you to do just that. To take this mindset we're describing, this coaching mindset, and say, I have things to offer, and I'm going to use those things to benefit the people around me. Will you take that challenge? Will you take that opportunity? Will you take that so seriously that at the end of the day, as you lay down to go to sleep, as you think about your day, will you pay attention to the people that you offered to help succeed? Because that is a measure of success. That is a measure of making the world a different and better place. And I am here to tell you that as the faces of these friends of mine can confirm, it's a tremendous amount of fun to make that choice, to come alongside the people around you and to invite them to stand on your shoulders, just as you have stood on the shoulders of other people. Will you take that challenge? Will you take seriously that opportunity? Because that, my friends, is the kind of thing that changes the world. The world looks pretty good when you see it from space, when you see it from a distance like this. But I look at that and I see that's the place where all the coaches live. That's the place where all the coaches with the mindset, with the mentality, with the opportunity to change the world. That's where the coaches make a difference in their life, in the lives of other people, and in the lives of even strangers, even people they've not ever actually met on the other side of the world. That's how powerful this mindset can be and is. All right. Now, will you give coaching a chance? Will you give the coaching mindset a chance? Here are 3 very simple things you can do to try out that particular attitude. First and foremost, listen by default. Listen a little bit longer than you're actually comfortable with. That's one of the things that all of those people in that list that I showed you a little while ago, they all do that. They all do that consistently well. They all do that powerfully. They listen by default, and they listen just a little bit longer than is actually comfortable. That's the beginning of using what you have to benefit someone else. Second thing, they also ask the best possible questions. They ask the best questions they can think of. Anytime they can come up with a meaningful question, that's what comes out of their mouth. It's something that invites the other person to think and invites the other person to go somewhere they haven't gone before by coming up with a new and different answer. And then finally, investing in other people's success doesn't mean coaching basketball. It means coaching for action. We draw action out of the people that we serve when we coach. And we try to pull ideas, pull actions, pull new realizations, new solutions out of the people we talk with. It's not about what you want them to do, but what they discover might be possible as a result of you committing to investing in them. Now, my final thought for you as we get ready to close our time together is that investment, that ability to offer something of meaning to the people around you, and then watch it grow, watch it flower, watch it become something even more valuable, is one of the things, maybe the thing, that separates being a manager from being a leader. Managers are powerful. Manager is a meaningful role. Manager makes a tremendous difference in the world. Being a manager makes a tremendous difference in the world. But you know what makes even more of a difference? Being a leader. And I would suggest that's one of the significant differences, is leaders invest in the people around them and help them develop as much or even more than the leader themselves grows. That's a lens that is powerful and meaningful for changing the world, for making your country the greatest country it can possibly be, or just making a difference in a class of 7 people that might meet on Tuesday afternoon. How can you be that individual that invests in the people around you and draws out of them things that will help them succeed? That, my friends, I would suggest, is the investment in the world that actually changes the world. You invest in the people around you. You watch as they succeed. You celebrate with them. And you know what happens? You have success as well. You succeed as well by helping those other individuals succeed. And that collective success over just a little bit of time is how we change the world. So my friends, I would suggest to you, we all want to change the world. And coaching is how we do it. Congratulations on getting started on the V Empower initiative. Congratulations on experiencing what coaching is possible. I am so excited for you to see where coaching might take you. And maybe someday you'll be speaking to a group of university students who are being coached on the other side of the world. And you'll be able to look back at this and say, you know what? It all started when I began to use what I have to help other people succeed. And that's what I call coaching. Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Use what? Jonathan, you have been very, very patient with all of us. Thank you so much. A few nuggets of wisdom that I'm going to capture from what you shared with all of us. Use what you have to help others succeed. And that is what coaches do. We stand on someone's shoulders. Who stands on my shoulders? Can we invest in someone's growth and success? And one thing that I'm going to ask you to do, which Jonathan urged us to do, was identify one person who has helped you be where you are today. Can you pen that down? Pen that down, audience, students. One person who you can identify who has helped you be there where you are today. I think it's for all of us. I see the commotion in the room, and I do understand that students are trying to write down that one person who has helped them succeed. Jonathan, thank you so much. We at Shulini extend a warm thanks to you for believing in the work we are doing and coming forward with such fervor to celebrate it. The We Empower team has curated a gallery walk for you all. This space will allow some contemplation and deliberation, some fun and frolic. Do put down your thoughts at the counters and take sight of the beautiful artwork put up by our students. At this juncture, we shall break for high tea. A little refreshing snack and some chatter can rejuvenate us for sure. I request all the student delegates to kindly make a quick movement after the seniors have moved out to the ground floor area connecting G and H block. Dear student volunteers, kindly ensure a smooth movement with little or no commotion, please. And we request all of you to assemble back by 11:55 a.m. Thank you. Students, wait for the seniors to leave first.
Students, please be seated. Please be seated. Volunteers, please come in front of your groups. One volunteer. One. Group number two volunteer. And two. Group number 2 volunteer. Group number 3 volunteer. Group number 4. Okay. Group number 5. Okay, you are there. Please go that side. 6, 7, 8. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So guys, we will move out from here. Like group number 1 will go first with the volunteer, led by volunteer. Group number 2, 3, and 4. We will go by this. Please start moving outside. Guys, you know where you are. यहाँ से मत आओ. हाँ. आवाज आ रही है मेरी. Guys, wait. Guys, wait. Let them go first. रुको अभी. आपको अपने ग्रुप लीडर के साथ में रहना है. Now you can move. Yeah. 11:55. Yeah.
Chick, hello.
Check, check. Volume नहीं. Check. Check. काफी है? Check, check. थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम दे दो. Check, check. Am I audible sufficiently? little ज्यादा चाहिए ना? आप एक काम करो, ये आप उनको लगा दो, बैठ के आराम से. I'll keep my hand mic.
मुझे जाना है वॉशरूम. फर्स्ट नेम अब क्या करूँ? लास्ट नेम नहीं.
Check, check, check. थोड़ा वॉल्यूम दे दो. Check.
नेगू लिख दिया.
Hello, hello. Check. Yeah, having fun? Yeah, okay.
Y'all are really sincere. We were never that sincere, honestly. Yeah. So keep having fun as the day goes by. See what touches you. See what resonates with you. See what touches you a little deeper. It's not about the whole day. It is about as you cruise along, see what's touching you deeper, what's touching a chord with you, and take that away. Yeah. So have your moments of pause and reflection after every session. See what touched you, what resonated with you. So that when you go out of this room at the end of the day, it'll linger on. It'll linger on in your head. Not everything will sink in right now. And it's okay if everything is not sinking in right now, right? Yeah, so he's out. Okay, since most of you are here and we are just waiting for Professor Atul, he'll be here in a minute. Are the panelists connected, the other two? Yeah. So here we have Esther Zerbel and we have Vishal Jain, both connecting with us, online. So it's in today's world of hybrid technology, it makes it possible for us to have people face to face and also have people far away. Yeah, please settle down. In that top left-hand side corner, can you please settle down? We'll start very shortly. Hi Vishal, hi Esther. Yeah, we are missing your presence here physically for sure. And let me tell you, having a great time here at Shulini amidst the pine forests and so much of, look at the energy in the room. I'm not sure if it's visible to them. Yes, over to you, Payal.
Dear students, please settle down quickly. Esther and Vishal, thank you so much for joining us at Shulini University. We are really honored to have you here. We will just ask for a bit of patience from you. Our students are coming in after the quick tea break and water break. Requesting all the audience to please switch off or put your phones on silent mode. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Welcome back, everyone. Let's clap again for choosing to learn today and to be ready for change in ideas and to challenge the stereotypes. Moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce our first panel discussion for this conclave. The topic is integrating coaching into the learning ecosystem. Is it a choice anymore? The panel will be moderated by our coach, Coach Puneet. Puneet Mehrotra has been a passionate business leader, globally credentialed executive, leadership and career coach, facilitator, mentor, and talent enabler with 23 years of diverse experience across industry sectors. He serves as a board member and vertical director of the International Coaching Federation Mumbai chapter. He is a Hogan certified NLP and emotional intelligence coach practitioner. He was honored by the Times Ascent Group as one of the most influential coaching leaders of India 2021. I invite Puneet onto the stage and for him to introduce our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, Payal, and I can't thank you enough because like many a times we say, this was really loudly stated several times by Jonathan and by everyone here in spirit, that it's not just for self. How many times have you been that vehicle which helped someone else to move from point A to Z in life? And it's called paying forward. It's called paying forward in life, and it's a powerful emotion when you can do that for someone in life. So I think because the fragrance of pine in the air, just the way that selfless pine tree has been, helping all of us gain that from the pine trees all around us selflessly, the same spirit is there in this room when I listen to all these great people. There's a poem which is very close to my heart, and that was not part of the plan, but I just got inspired to share that poem with you. Are you all comfortable with Hindi? And Esther, my apologies, but I'm going to separately send you a sort of a quintessence of the poem any which ways. Yeah. So this poem is written by the great William Wordsworth, the William Wordsworth of Hindi literature. She's Sumitra Nandan Pant ji. And the poem is called Ah Dharti Kitna Deti Hai, कवि श्री सुमित्रा नंदन पंत। मैंने छुटपन में छिपकर पैसे बोए थे, सोचा था पैसों के प्यारे पेड़ उगेंगे, रुपयों की कलदार मधुर फसलें खनकेंगी और फूल फलकर मैं एक मोटा सेठ बनूंगा। पर बंजर धरती में एक न अंकुर फूटा, बंध्या मिट्टी ने एक न पैसा उगला, सपने जाने कहां मिटे, कब धूल हो गए। मैं हताश हो बाट जोतता रहा दिनों तक, बाल कल्पना के अपलक पावड़े बिछाकर। मैं अबोध था, मैंने गलत बीज बोए थे, ममता को रोपा था और तृष्णा को सींचा था। अर्धशती टाइम वेंट बाय, अर्धशती हराती निकल गई है तब से, कितने ही मधुपतझर बीत गए अनजाने। ग्रीष्म तपे, वर्षाएं झूली, शरदें मुस्काई, सी कर हेमंत कपे, तरु झड़े और फिर खिले वन। और जब फिर से गाढ़ी उदी लालसा लिए, गहरे कजरारे बादल बरसे धरती पर, मैंने कौतूहलवश आंगन के कोने की गीली मिट्टी की तह को यूं ही उंगली से सहलाकर बीज सेम के दबा दिए मिट्टी के नीचे। भू के आंचल में मानो मणि माणिक बांध दिए हूं। मैं फिर भूल गया इस छोटी सी घटना को, और बात भी क्या थी याद जिसे रखता मन। किंतु एक दिन जब मैं संध्या को आंगन में टहल रहा था, तब सहसा मैंने जो देखा उससे हर्ष विमूढ़ हो उठा। मैं विस्मय से देखा आंगन के कोने में कई नवागत छोटी छोटी छाता ताने खड़े हुए हैं। छाता कहूं यह विजय पताकाएं जीवन की, यह हथेलियां फैलाए थे वह नन्ही प्यारी। जो भी हो, वे हरे हरे उल्लास से भरे पंख मार के उड़ने को उत्सुक दिखते थे, मानो डिम तोड़ के निकले चिड़िया के बच्चे से। निर्णय में क्षण भर में उन्हें राह देखता, फिर मुझे याद आया कि कुछ दिन पहले बीज सेम के रोपे थे मैंने आंगन में। अब वही पेड़ बड़े हुए जो आपने, आह कितनी फलियां टूटी, जाड़ों भर खाई, सुबह शाम घर घर में पकी, पड़ोस पास के जाने अनजाने सब लोगों में बंटवाई। बंधु बांधवों मित्रों अभ्यागत मंगतों ने जी भर भर मोहल्ले भर ने खाई। कितनी सारी फलियां, कितनी प्यारी फलियां। यह धरती कितना देती है, धरती माँ कितना देती है अपने पुत्रों को। नहीं समझ सका था मैं इसके महत्व को। बचपन में छी स्वार्थ लोभवश सिर्फ पैसे बोकर, रत्न प्रस्विनी है वसुधा अब समझ सका हूं। इसमें सच्ची समता के दाने बोने हैं, इसमें जन की क्षमता के दाने बोने हैं, इसमें मानव ममता के दाने बोने हैं, ताकि उगल सके फिर वह धूल सुनहरी फसलें। मानवता के जीवन श्रम से हंसे दिशाएं, क्योंकि हम जैसा बोएंगे वैसा ही पाएंगे। थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू। This has inspired me from class 7 till today, and I'm amazed every time that I speak. I don't practice, don't rehearse, but it just comes close. So my invitation to you is, with so many thoughts that have been lingering on in your mind, make an intent, some kind of an affirmation to yourself. What's coming up for you in this moment? Take 10 seconds, 15 seconds, one thought that is coming up in your mind just now. As you hear the spirit of paying forward, spirit of thinking of someone whose shoulders you used to move up in many ways. Yeah? Just take a 10 seconds. I'll give you 10 seconds of peace to let it sink in. Thank you. That was a little longish 10 seconds, but yeah, I do appreciate that 10 was ambitious. Okay, on that note, can we have our, I mean, we request Professor Khosla to first of all, please grace the dais. And I've already called out our very own Esther, Coach Esther, as well as our panelist, Vishal Jain. Now, I have to set a bit of a context. And in that respect, all I want to say is, first and foremost, before anything else, we are human beings. We are called human beings, right? And we are called human beings for a reason. The being self is what is being, highlighted in the word human being. So we need to keep asking ourselves, are we really being ourselves when we are doing things in life? Ask yourself that question possibly every day at the end of the day. Were you able to be yourself? Were you able to celebrate your true, authentic self when you were doing things in the day, when you were making choices all through the day? That's $1 million question, and that decides whether you're happy and fulfilled or not in life, right? So the very first question is, who am I? Even if before you know that whether I'm being myself, you need to know who is this person, who am I? And there I would like to draw from what Atul mentioned about purpose. So something that I always say is when we were coming from Shimla or rather Delhi till here, I think one thing that helped us navigate the distance was the GPS. That GPS just helped us and we reached Shulini safely. We are navigating life every day with so many decisions. We are navigating life through so many doings in the doing world. What is that GPS inside us? I call it the VPS. And I invite you to explore this later through the day. VPS stands for, in the center is the P, that pillar of purpose. Know your purpose. What are you passionate about? The double P, I call it. Your passion and your purpose is at the center. Flanked on two sides with the V and the S. The V is the values, your value system, what you truly value in life. And the S is your strength, your core natural strengths that you carry with you. So I think the GPS inside is our values, our passion and purpose, and the strength that we bring to the table. Trust me, if that is in place and we discover who we are as a human being, our true being self, we learn to celebrate that, and that is when full potential truly gets unleashed. And we are more happy, satisfied, and contented people in life. So the $1 million question, which this panel will probably throw a lot of light on, is that why should someone wait? If coaching is a powerful enabler to align our being self with our doing self, to unleash full potential and make you happy and fulfilled, why did I wait till the age of possibly 37 when I had my first coaching session? And it's probably the reason why I actually attended my first coaching session, which was a part of a global leadership discovery program. And I'm thankful to Novartis for that. I am a coach today. It's gone to the level that I'm a coach today because I was ignited by a coach at that point in time over close to 15 years ago. So the $1 million question is, why do we need to wait till the age of 35 or 40 to wait for a corporate accident to happen when miracle has to wait to happen for you? Why can't that happen early on in places of excellence like this? And I really want to applaud the effort of Atul, Payal, and this kind of a team. Please, a huge round of applause. It needs a lot for this to happen. Yeah. So integrating coaching early on is a topic. And that's what we are here for. It's not a question anymore. So I have the great pleasure of introducing, while I'm sure Atul needs no introduction, was brilliantly done by Payal, but still, I think to me, he's a beacon of hope, as I call it, and full of humility. I think one thing that has touched me, about Atul is the vision coupled with commitment, coupled with achievements, a diverse background, all this embedded on the bed of humility. And which, of course, comes from the senior Khosla survey. I can see where that comes from. It's extremely inspiring for all of us. I would also say that after he's beautifully transitioned from a prolific corporate career to being a visionary educationista to now being a champion of coaching in igniting lives and uplifting humanity, if I may say so. So I mean, a big round of applause for him. We have another lovely lady there, Esther Zerbel, who's a great coach, and she wears several hats. So she's a firm believer of equal opportunity for all human beings on earth. And this is, she's an educator, she's a faculty coach, she's a consultant. And if that was not all, she's been an astrophysicist, which is, amazing, with an award-winning PhD in astrophysics from the University of Yale. Yeah, fantastic. What makes her so important today on this panel, so relevant on this panel, is that she designs transformational programs and curriculum to help teachers really touch lives and make students more career ready and more life ready, if I may say so. So huge round of applause for Esther. And I've saved the best for the last. And introducing Vishal is a lifelong learner. Vishal Jain is a lifelong learner. And I love that. He's been into meditation for the last 12 years. He asserts on spiritual intelligence possibly. And Vishal, I'm just gathering this from my end. It's something very beautiful I got introduced to, which is more of spiritual intelligence when I heard about Vishal. With 25 years of experience of having, work on transformational initiatives, innovative digital products, which are very scalable, is something he's worked with. He's the MD of Accenture, and prior to this role, he was a CFO at Amex. So you've seen the diversity and the spectrum. So the melting pot, Accenture is nothing but a melting pot of all kind of corporate challenges that you can imagine. And basically his role there is to drive innovation as well as change management for future readiness of the clients. And so that's very little of what I could gather about Vishal. A warm welcome to Vishal. So I have so many questions, and I have an onerous task, frankly. I have a tough task cut out here, because I have only about 8 minutes per speaker, per panelist. And it's like asking people who run marathons and are always playing test cricket match to suddenly play 2020 here, or run a sprint race. So you can imagine my task at hand. And where they could speak for at least 2 days on every question I ask, all I'm giving them and requesting them is 2 to 3 minutes. So it's a tough ask on them, right? So my very first question is, while we heard about the vision, beautifully heard about a lot of emotions flow, I would want you to articulate for this team, what's the big dream with coaching at Shulini and beyond?
So I'll just step back into 2 experiences of my life. I think the first was when I was in my 4th year at IIT Kanpur, and Arun Shourie gave an absolutely stunning talk. And I think that one talk changed my life. I think the second happened during my days at McKinsey, and I was struggling, and I was put onto a coach, and I didn't understand what coaching was. And I still remember Lisa drew a framework for me where she spoke about leadership. And I remember she telling me that leadership is not about leadership for 4 hours or 8 hours you're in office. Leadership is about living leadership. And she gave the example of becoming a father. And she said, once you become a father, you can't, or a mother, you can't just say that, oh, in front of a child, I'll be lovely. After that, I'll just do all nefarious type of activities. And that just stuck into my mind. It changed my life. So I genuinely believe that coaching, professional coaching, can change the lives of professionals, can change the lives of all of us. Why not start early? So, Shulini, the way we see it is, we are a hotbed of new ideas. We are a microcosm. So, let's make, we empower coaching successful inside Shulini. And if we can do it inside Shulini, then let's take it to 50 universities in India and hopefully 50,000 universities across the world. So I think let's bring in the revolution of coaching across the student community, across the academic community. It's not going to be easy. There is going to be skepticism, but I think we can learn from our adventures, we can learn from our experiments. And along the way, because we always do research, Payal, let's publish some research papers on coaching. So I think we can change the world through very directed support to our students who possibly at some level are misguided or don't know direction. So we can give direction to the youth and make them truly successful. So that's my vision.
Fantastic. And yeah. So what would success to you look like? What would success look like at Shulini?
I think success would be where we don't have to take a whip and get people inside the room. And next time when we do this seminar, there is a huge waiting list. And both coaches and students and faculty are stepping on each other's toes to get inside this room. I think that's going to be success. And it's only going to come if we can demonstrate that there is value in coaching. And I think when students or the customers will speak about the value, I think it's going to sort of get transferred. I think it's a journey. It's a transformational journey. It's not going to happen in 2 months. I think it's a 2 to 3 to 4 year journey. And I'm just going to take half a minute more. When Dr. Khosla, my father, developed the vision of Shulini, and he said, we will bring research into private education in India, people laughed. It was a very slow process. But today, when we look around, the Shulini is, and I'm so proud of it, we are #1 in citations per publication in the country and 4th in Asia. Now we've got Esther from Yale, so she understands the power and the magnitude of this achievement. I mean, we are a drop in the university world. We are nothing, right? 4th in Asia. I mean, look at the mighty IITs in India, NUS, NTU in Singapore, Hong Kong. I mean, and Asia, by the way, is from Japan right up to Australia. I think it happens because you go with conviction, you go with a purpose, and you stick with tenacity. So I would like this tenacity around coaching to happen. And Payal, that's your role. It's easy to do the first conference. It's easy to get the first 300 coaches. But how do you make it sustainable for the next 10 years? So 10 years later, I think hopefully we'll be celebrating something very different. So that's the way I see it happen.
Wonderful. Please, yeah. So, I mean, I'm seeing myself wanting to ask questions which I have not written down, and I'll not hold myself back. It amazes me to see the way you have transitioned from being the student that you described to the corporate citizen that you were, to the visionary educationista that you are, and the coaching evangelist that you're becoming. What are the inflection points in your career, and what are the drivers of where did it come from? All these, I mean, I want you to trace some of that at least.
So I love the word coaching evangelist, okay? I'm going to write that in my CV. Huh? Okay. I'll go back. So, you know, I always give this stupid example. But when I was growing up, my parents are teachers, and my father is an academician, a scientist. And we used to read a lot about scientists, famous scientists of the world. And somewhere me and my brother said, Nobel Prize to mil hi jayega, right? Matlab it's given, mil hi jayega. So, and then 10th standard happened, right? Then you move into Agarwal classes and Akash and all the sort of good stuff. But anyway, my father called me and said, Atul, engineer or doctor? And I thought engineering was easy, so I chose engineering. So my elder brother pushed me to go into IIT, and I'm so proud. He really pushed me, and I was the first student from Himachal to clear the JEE. Proud moment. But I think there was कुछ मैजिक था उस मोमेंट में, कुछ जनून था कि करना ही है IIT. I don't know what it was, but it was there. So that was IIT. And then, of course, the next phase of my life was where I joined IIT Kanpur. And in 15 days, I realized that I'm not born to be an engineer. I scored 0 marks in physics in 3 quizzes in a row. and I failed in a mathematics exam. So I said, engineering is not meant for me. Then someone said, why don't you become an IAS officer, become a bureaucrat? Someone said, why don't you become an MBA? So I had a cousin, and Nishtha, you know Ajay, you've been there. So Ajay is IIT Delhi, and he was FMS, and he was working with Bank of America. And, he had a beautiful house in Defense Colony. And my Masi told, he's paying 12,000 rupees of rent. And my father's income was, 10,000 rupees per month. And we said, how can you have a house with a rental of 12,000 rupees? Then he married a very beautiful woman, Anju. I said, this has to be my life, huh? So I'll have a big house and a beautiful wife. So I decided I have to do an MBA, and I wanted to do an MBA somewhere in Yale or Berkeley, and I joined a technology firm. I just was a disaster at if then else. Sorry, Vishal, but I can't code. I just could never code. So I decided now I have to do an MBA. So I ended up doing an MBA. I did my summers with Citi, which was transformational. And then McKinsey happened. I think it happened because the two things I did at IIT, and that's for you students. One is I was the president of my student union. And secondly, I used to fly. I fly planes. And that's what corporates look for. They look for outliers. So things which I didn't know were outliers was something which I realized later. I think the next transformation happened when I was asked by my MD at McKinsey to leave McKinsey. He said, you can't make it. You don't have the style to succeed. Of course, I didn't have the style. I was a Solon boy. But kuch janoon tha again, kuch janoon aa gaya. I would speak to a camera every day for the next 7 years. Every morning I would speak to a camera, and I learned how to speak a bit. I was successful, and I succeeded not just for 2 years, as my MD told me in consulting. I succeeded for 25 years in consulting. And one fine day in Paris, over a cup of coffee, and this is going to happen to you, Vishal, trust me. I was in a partners meeting, and for 2 days, all they spoke about was how do we increase the wealth of partners? How do we make each of us richer? And I said, this cannot be my life. I cannot make rich people richer anymore. So I came back and I resigned and I joined Shulin. And then Pyle opened my eyes towards coaching.
Wow, this is amazing. And I love the word junoon that has come up again and again, Atul. And I think take note, what's your junoon? If you're observant, you're going to spot your junoon. And that's the beginning possibly for many of us. And coaching just does just that. The conversations with the coach help you find that junoon, that mojo, whatever you want to call it, ikigai. There'll be 1,001 synonyms in the market. But I think what matters is your being self. We need to celebrate that, and that's the junoon that's coming up again and again. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now over to Esther. And Esther, I'm baffled by your journey into astrophysics, to so many aspects and colors and hues that you have been celebrating. We just got a zoom out view from Atul, lovely zoom out. I almost felt like I'm seeing the pine forest from 20,000 feet level. Now I want to jump on one of the pine trees straight away with your help. Pine trees can bear my weight, hopefully. But, I'm going to jump there and ask you, how does this whole coach-like approach or coaching approach, what does this really mean at a student level, at a classroom level, at a, edu institution level? What does this whole coaching approach mean? If you can give us an example or whichever way you can best bring that out.
You're muted, Esther.
Are you
able to hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, now I do.
Yeah.
Technology wasn't working. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. So, Atul presented the zoom out view of the big dream, the vision, what coaching has done. Basically the discovery of his purpose in life. So we had a lot of zoom out view here. Now, for students to get a better understanding of what coaching really means in an educational institution, what does a coach-like approach look like? I want to jump on one tree. Yeah.
Okay, so if I zoom into coaching in education, it's, to me, it's the approach, it's the nature of educating people. And the vision of educating people is that the students learn. So the whole focus is on learning for the student. And what we do in the university environment or in K-12 or anywhere else is we teach the students. There is somebody, some professor or teacher standing in front of a classroom and talking at students. Now, students don't learn as well when they're being talked at. So the whole idea is you have a discussion, you have an interaction with the student, and you coach the student in the sense that you teach the student to learn how to think, how to work, how to put things together, how to make sense. So the idea, the shift is this: from the educator, the teacher, the professor, to the student. It's student-centered, and coaching is coaching-centered. It's not about the coach telling the client or the student what to do with their life. The whole idea is for the coachee to figure out what is going on, to learn from it, and to grow. Likewise, in education, the focus is on the student's learning, not on the client. And this is an approach and a shift of concept that is and should be integrated into every single classroom, into every single interaction between student and professor.
Right. And just for an example, to make it a little more clear to the students, I mean, let's say we have a Newton's law, you know, I mean, we are taught what Newton's law is and maybe a few application. What would a coach-like approach be different when learning something as straightforward as a Newton's law, if I may ask you in that manner?
Traditionally, what we do is we tell students the 3 Newton's laws and we let them memorize them. And then the question is, how do you apply it? Now, Newton's laws are very counterintuitive, all 3 of them. And the law of gravity is yet another big animal. So the concept is this, that rather than being told what the laws is and how the universe behaves, students discover by themselves what the laws are without thinking of them as laws. They take objects, whatever objects they are, and let them drop. And if they let them drop, then they figure out how this works. What happens to the velocity? What happens to the acceleration? And then they find out that if you take a very heavy object and a light object and drop them, they drop at the same rate. It's counterintuitive. Most people will say heavier objects drop faster. So they discover physics or whatever concepts these are from themselves, from the ground up, by learning it. And then after they've learned how things behave, they come up with laws and they discover Newton's laws themselves.
Wow, that was amazing. So not really seeing things on face value and memorizing them, but actually observing, actually doing, and then probably even challenging. And that's where innovation could come from. Yeah, fantastic.
And the whole point is the interaction and the questions. The coach asks, or the teacher asks the students, how is this? What happens? What do you think? As opposed to tell the students what to think.
Right. So a lot of asking versus telling. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. So, Esther, you've been at the helm of driving the whole integration of coaching into the learning ecosystem, working very closely with faculty, with the ecosystem, with students. Could you please give us an example? You know, you've worked with the University of Brown, as you had shared with me, and give us an example of how the entire journey, if you can bring out how does this journey look like with an example.
Okay. Since I believe in coaching students, faculty, university administrators, and the leadership, what I found is that it's not just important to coach students in learning. It's equally important to coach the professors in teaching and learning. Professors also need to be on board with not talking at students about all the fantastic things they know in the world. It's more about the faculty interacting with the students in a coach-like environment. And most faculty are researchers, especially at research type 1 institutions. And they don't actually know, or they've never learned how students learn. They don't know how to teach. So the concept of this is I spend a lot of time with professors, helping them understand the concept of teaching and learning, and also how they can figure out their own style of teaching to actually connect with students. And the connection with the students is the important thing. So leave alone all of the coaching of curriculum design and those details. The important part is how do you connect and communicate with the students? And this is a mind shift that happens with professors. Now, that in itself is not enough. Professors do what the dean and the administration tells them to do in the way they do their own research. They are experts in it. But as far as teaching is concerned, it is part of their job and they do that. So the other thing that I do is I work with department chairs and deans and also university presidents and help them understand a little bit or help them discover this concept for themselves, that it's more effective if they focus on the learner as opposed to the student. And I've been working with departments who then and help them design some programs for their faculty so the faculty can do a better job or can do a more effective job in reaching their students in their classrooms. So it's a three-way street. It's the students who are being coached. It is the faculty who learn through coaching too. And it is the administrators who make systemic differences within the university system. So it's a three-way approach.
Sure. Sure. Thank you for reiterating, or rather, spelling it loud, the importance of the triumvirate of the faculty, the students, and the administration in really making this integration happen. Thank you, Esther. So we move on to Vishal. Vishal, I can't see you on the screen. Yeah. Thank you for patiently waiting. And now the students here, of course, understand by now, hopefully, that coaching is for life. Coaching is not just to make us ready for the industry, but also for life per se. Now, but let me come to something which is very on the top of their mind, which is career, which is industry readiness. And you are at the receiving end of the talent, literally a melting pot of every industry. Accenture is, really at the center of it all the action. What are some of the winning behaviors that industry is expecting? What is the evolving need of behavioral needs from young managers and leaders of tomorrow?
Thanks, Puneet and Shalini, for having me here. So I think winning behaviors remain the same, whether we were talking many years back or even as we think about ever-changing world. We talk about attitude, we talk about some of the very basic things. And what I truly believe in is that leaders of today or tomorrow are, first of all, the leaders of themselves. They lead their life effectively. They know who they are. I think you mentioned VPS, value, purpose. So trainings aside, all the theory aside, or teaching aside, I think a student or a learner or a professional has to speak to himself or herself to know what are their inner layers of assumptions or fears or strengths, And I believe that makes a huge difference, because degrees and all can get you a foot in the door in a company to begin your career. What gets reflected is your day-to-day talk with yourself. How do you use your time? How do you talk to people? What fears you have, insecurities you have, how you collaborate? They all are not superficial. They all link to your inner dialogue, and I strongly believe in that inner dialogue to understand yourself, and that reflects in your behavior. So if your boss is giving you feedback, if you are insecure, you have a lot of ego, and then you're not listening to that feedback with open mind, then it gets reflected that, hey, you are not acting on it. But if you are sure about yourself, about your value system, you are what we call growth mindset, then you're open to that feedback. That gets reflected in positivity, that gets reflected in the way you collaborate with people. So I can clearly see, degrees aside, foreign university, any university, whether whatever part of the world you're from, those inner values, the core intrinsic values make a huge difference. And people who work on that on a day-to-day basis, they are the ones who are the one who are really able to take their career forward and are able to make a difference.
Lovely. Thank you so much. I heard a lot of the inner layer, a need for leading self first before we begin to lead anyone else, and this whole growth mindset. I'm sorry, I'm being mindful of time, so I will move on to my next question, Vishal. How do you see coaching then fitting in to serve this need, and especially early coaching?
Very deeply, and I wish we had such thing like that when I was making my beginning my career journey, or even later on. I've seen a lot of focus on the trainings in corporates in general, a lot of sessions. What I believe they work on, if I look at economics concept, they work on the supply side. There's a lot of supply. Hey, do this, come to the session. There's enough concept or enough content on YouTube and others. But there is a demand. Why should I learn about Newton law to begin with? Why it will matter to me? Why should I coach myself? I think that's where one is our inner reflection and the qualities, and having a sounding board in someone to have a very frank conversation, not with someone who is going to tell me, but someone who I can use as a sounding board, who can help me validate or refine my thoughts, is extremely important. Because we all have blinders, right? Because according to the context we are in, according to the family where we were born, but having a different perspective, or even a trigger to open the thought process, can make a huge difference for someone to think very, very differently. And that's why I think coaching early on, when that's a formative stage, so that we are not making some presumptions about the career we would be or what life we would lead. I believe that will make a huge difference.
Yeah, thank you. And I hate the word regret, but yes, I think we all have a regret. Why won't we coach early in life? And I think this must be music to the ears of students here. With this, I'd like to open up the question from the audience, because I'm being mindful of time on the top of the hour. A few questions from the audience, please. Anybody who would like to ask a question here? Or share any thought that's come up for you when after listening to this since morning, anything that comes to you, a question or maybe a comment also is fine. Yeah. Yeah. Can someone just help with the mic there in that corner?
So you can probably give your mic.
Yeah.
I don't have a question, but I would like to share a thought.
Sure.
That, like Sir said, that whenever we are taking in feedback from an ego-based perspective, so to say, it kind of hinders you from really working on that thing that you need to work upon. So whenever we are seeking feedback, or if we are in a position where we are getting criticism from someone, we should take it in a positive way, so as to really work upon the thing that needs to be worked upon. So that's a thought that I had.
Brilliant thought. Brilliant. A big round of applause for you, for the lady. What's your name? Sorry.
Ananya Mehta.
Ananya. Thank you for your comment. And happy belated or extended Happy Women's Day to all the women here. Yeah. So something that triggered for me or came up in my mind, Ananya, as you were sharing this, and I want to share this with the group here. So who's behind every successful man? Yeah, so maybe 10 years ago when I used to ask that question, I used to get a resounding woman. You know, nowadays I see a lot of people are like the murmur in the crowd, which is fine, which is a good sign. But there may be debate on that, but there's no debate that behind every behavior, there is a belief. So when you are any of your behaviors, be watchful of the behaviors, because that's what the way you express yourself in life. Keep reflecting to see which are the behaviors that are serving you well, and those which are possibly not serving you so well in life, for which you need to be open to feedback from well-meaning teachers, peers, father, mother, brother, sister, anybody. So when we get to know the behaviors that are possibly not serving us, it's time to look deeper and see what is the belief, what is the deep-rooted belief that is driving my behavior. And remember, every belief has a story that we are telling ourselves. And then there are facts underneath, or maybe lack of it. It really helps us to examine the facts behind the belief and the story that we are telling ourselves. And if the facts are not right, it's time to change the facts, change the belief, and then change the behavior. So I've just given you a little tip there to take back. Yeah? So thank you, Ananya, for triggering that thought. So I'm on the top of time, actually guilty of exceeding time, but for a great cause, right? So really want to thank, all my great panelists here, Atul, Vishal, and Esther, and the audience for being so patient. And I'm sure this is going to linger on in your mind, and you'll be curious enough as the day progresses. And I can't stop without thanking Payal all over again for orchestrating all of this beautifully. You know, when someone seeks from the universe comes back with a bang. And Payal, you did it. Thank you very much.
Big thank you to our dear panelists, Vishal and Esther, Atul sir, Puneet for moderating the session so well. Please give them a big round of applause. Puneet, you most definitely kept us all at the height of our attention. And our experts on the panel were at their very best. Such sagacity and astuteness couldn't have been a more intriguing and future-focused discussion than this. Thank you so much, sir. Students and dear colleagues, please join me in welcoming Coach Sushma for her session on coaching as a developmental tool. Please give her a big round of applause. Sushma is a certified leadership coach and facilitator. She has focused in people development for over 20 years. Sushma is passionate about helping leaders improve their own and team's performance. She believes that coaching has to have a holistic approach, and hence she coaches the person and not the problem. Sushma has coached numerous leaders in India and internationally. Certifications apart from coaching include GNOS Emotional Intelligence Practitioner, MBTI, Thomas Profiling, Strategic Leadership from Flame Institute, and many more. The stage is all yours, Sushma.
Thank you. So, good afternoon now. Right? Okay, good. Ananya? Ah, thank you. If Ananya can hear me, I know everybody else can. Thank you. So yes, coaching as a developmental tool. I am passionate about people development, but this is not where I started. Just as Atul, Puneet, I mean, a lot of us, we didn't have this privilege of being coached. We didn't know what coaching was, or even something like this even existed. Okay? So what we're really looking at, and I would like to share with you, is after you hear all this, how many of you would like to sign up for coaching? Nah. See, now I actually value your honesty. The very fact that very few hands were raised, that means there must be some doubt. What is coaching? Should I really sign up for it? I'm in a university and Jagrati, numerous classes, numerous activities. I know what Shulini is all about. When I talk to the students, they say, ma'am, we got this class, we got going, NCC, we got something here. And it's all the time, constantly rushing. Where's the time for coaching? No time for coaching. And the previous one was coaching. Is it a choice anymore? Don't think so. The type of world we are going into, how do you really achieve your potential? And this is what I'd like to share with all of you. And we will look at what does the university give you? Teaching, calculus. You talked about Newton's law. I think a lot of you are food tech, biotech, etc. Right? So it's being taught to you, and you have what we call academic excellence. Please, the next slide. Right? Professional mastery and academic excellence. Is that sufficient to help us achieve our potential and really make a difference and be the best that we can be? Some scenario, somebody said something and you got upset. I know what I did once. I was heading the engineering department and there was an engineer and I was like, impossible, right? To deal with him. And he would always oppose me. And in one of the meetings, I just banged everything and I walked out of the meeting. Immediately, the whole company knew, oh, Shishma's walked out. Now, academic excellence, professional mastery, right up there. I can tell you I was on the top 5% of my class always. But does it make me successful as a leader in the real world? So that is where the personal mastery comes in. As you really talk, what are some of those things that are holding us back? Each one of us is capable of flying very high. But if, when we're trying to fly high, somebody has tied some chains to us, what's going to happen? You can't fly high. And what are these chains? Right in here. And very often we don't even realize it. We don't realize it. My mother told me so many things. She loves me tremendously. I love my mom back. But did she always give me the right advice? Including something like, I wanted to go for a trek. Where's Rishi? Go for a trek, right? And she said, no, don't go for a trek. You'll fall ill. So before I could do anything, I'm told I can't do it. I'm going to fail. And coming from a mother, obviously I believe it, right? Presentations, Atul was talking about it, no? Every day in front of the camera. When I was in school, I fainted when I stood in front of an audience like this. And after that, for 6 years, never went on stage. Personal mastery, do I need to go in front of on the stage and talk to people? Of course I do. As a leader, you've got to lead the meetings. You've got to be there. You've got to deal with all sorts of personalities and make a good team and high-performing team. Not able to do it. It was only when I changed my belief system right here that I succeeded. Small step. And I'm sure a lot of you would have your own. It's not that you're going to have mine or the same type that I have, but each one of us has our own limiting beliefs which holds us back. How can we break that? And that is personal mastery. So what does a coach really do? It is a combination of personal mastery and academic excellence, which your teachers and faculty members are doing a fantastic job of. And we know, because we've spoken to almost all the departments in Shulani, the faculty and the deans and HODs have been saying, yes, the students come to us and we guide them, we give them things. When they're feeling low, we tell them what to do. Of course they're doing it. They all want you to succeed. But we need both. What I'm going to do now is, to share with you what is the difference between coaching and teaching training, because that's the place where most of the confusion happens. It's a simple model, simplistic. Don't hold me to it, but I'm just saying it because I find it very easy to use this model to explain, and for others, there's a light bulb moment. Oh, this is what it is. So when we look at it, you look at the horizontal line and the vertical line. It's a grid. The horizontal line represents knowledge. The knowledge could be external, like Newton's law, relativity, whatever it is, right? Or how to write a project plan, how to manage and plan your day, any of that. External knowledge, which you don't know. And the other side is internal knowledge. Internal is all about you. What are your belief systems? What do you really like doing? What stops you from speaking up? That's internal. We don't know. I don't know. Which you know when you reflect on it. The other axis is this conversation happening between individuals? That means the coach and an individual, or is it happening with a group of people? Right? So when it is external knowledge and a group of people, it is what we call, any guesses? External knowledge and a group of people. Anyone? Make a guess. See what's holding you back? Right? So yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Right? Teaching. Now, my question to all of you was, what held you back? What's the impression created when you don't answer? The impression created is that you don't know, that you're not confident. Now, if that is the image being formed about you, how are you going to get success? When this huge opportunity comes, are you going to be the one chosen? And that's when that coaching comes in. Okay. So teaching, training, which is what we talked about, is happening in your classrooms. And then we have external knowledge and one-on-one, it is mentoring. That means you come to me and I say, okay, you don't know how to write a project plan? Let me tell you. I'm teaching you, but one-on-one, private tuition. Right? What is coaching then? Internal knowledge, what stopped you from speaking up? Now the things on the right-hand side are more of a tell. External to you, internal. Tell mode, right? Teachers tell you, advise you, mentor tells you, this is what's good for you, this is, don't do this. Somebody's. Coaching is all about ask. We ask you questions. We help you to discover it for yourself. I don't know you and your situation. What stops you? What's happening in your head? And if you can identify, be self-aware, and go forward, sky's the limit. In a group setting, again, a facilitator asks questions. I also belong to the International Association of Facilitators, right? Dr. Winston does too. And we do sessions for groups where we ask them questions and let them come up with the answers. But it's in a group setting. Now, does this mean that, teaching we should have and not mentoring or not coaching? It's a combination. It is a developmental tool. So typically, for so many years, invariably in academic institutes, We've been having teaching, training, focusing on mentoring, and a little bit on coaching, but in a very informal way. And this is one of those institutes where it's gone in a planned, systematic way, reaching out to all, because we believe that can change lives. So going to the next slide. What is coaching? It's a conversation. It's a conversation between you and a coach. It's a confidential conversation where the coach is not giving you advice. It is to create the best you, literally. It's your potential. Helping you discover yourself and come out of it. What is it not? It's not teaching, training, it's not counseling, it's not mentoring, it's not advising, and it's not therapy. Therapy is that you really have a chronic problem, a major problem, and then you need to go to a trained counselor or a therapist. Here, it's just about you achieving what you want. Now, all this is nice, no? Typically, especially a lot of people, analytical brains. Yeah, keep talking. Show me. You're talking so much that coaching should be done and all the rest of it, is going to change lives. But where's the data? Does it really happen? What do you think? Okay, what I am very happy to present to you is real data. This was an engineering college in a very small town in Tamil Nadu called Salem. And I've been doing these training programs, developmental programs from numerous colleges at the fifth, sixth semester was when they used to call us in. And it used to be like 5 days intense. Faculty used to also be there. And then we used to look at it. What? It was a combination of coaching, group coaching, you can say facilitation, whichever word you want to use for it, but it was helping them discover themselves and become a team and really break all those barriers. Teamwork. Looking at a vision, GPS and VPS, all that coming out, right? And then unknown to us, because I had done the training and the program there, and unknown to me, the head of department was actually tracking it. And he says, I want to have real data. Let me see what change does it really bring about. This are his words. And he didn't do it for just one batch. He followed it up for the next year with another batch to see whether it was just fluke, that, okay, it happened once in a while, or, really happening, right? So I'm presenting to you the data. Before the program was conducted in that college, the average academic scores of the computer science students in the fourth semester, 44% and 31.8%. Program done for them when they're just getting out of the fourth semester and beginning of fifth semester. Academic scores, 62%, and both years, both batches. Now, is it sustainable? You've just done a program, you get highly motivated, yay, we want to do it. But is it really sustainable, or is it just going to die down after some time? So he kept tracking. Next semester, it hasn't stayed the same, it's gone up. Next semester, look at the academic scores, average academic scores. That's the power of holistic development. We do need training, teaching, but we also need personal mastery. Now, how did this happen? Do you think it's Me who did it? No, I'll not take even this much of credit. Because if the students don't want to, nothing's going to happen. If the institute doesn't want to, nothing's going to happen. And that was sustained. Now, how did it happen? Because they started supporting each other. They used to study together. They used to come up with brilliant ideas of how to support each other and go forward. They learned leadership, they learned teamwork, and they employed the confidence. They used to, like Atul says, I stand in the mirror or in front of a camera. They used to stand in front of each other and practice. All that energy which they were spending, maybe sitting in some dhaba, having chai and doing chai pe charcha, was being channeled now for their own self-development. Every minute, every second. Good. And what Dr. Shaktiveran really reported, can we just look at the last part of it, is right here, that obviously the word spread. And also when we do these programs, number of companies, this was through Infosys, there was an initiative, and they used to ask us, how are the students and should we go? Because when companies come for placements, they don't want to hire one or two. They want to have lots because they're spending the money, right? They want to go to an institute where they can, okay, I need 100 people, can I get 100 people? And their employability, their confidence, the way they approach interviews, these companies had never gone to this campus before. And after this, this is what it was, L&T. You can see the names. This is some time back, and this is what it is. So all I want to say is sign up for coaching, do your holistic development, and go places. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for Sushma ma'am. I'm sure you would all agree that was killing data and evidence of coaching, coupled with teaching and training and mentoring that happens at the campus. I'm sure we will all walk away with a clear understanding of what coaching can do, Coach Sushma. Thank you so much. This makes me also feel proud that I'm a coach. It's time for me to now, in conjunction to what Sushma ma'am shared, share the results from the self-assessment survey conducted in the first phase of the project. I'm not getting into a presentation in the interest of time. I introduced to you some glad results of coaching intervention at Shulini University. According to the survey, we had rolled out 15 self-assessment questions to students on a 5-point Likert scale for the MBA and SRP programs. And this survey was rolled out pre-coaching engagement and post-coaching engagement. The students went on and self-assessed themselves on different parameters like, where do I see myself in terms of purpose? We have been talking about purpose since the outset of the conference. Do I understand the purpose of my life? Am I passionate about achieving my purpose? Do I have clarity of my goals, values, and strengths, and so on? Pre-coaching, 300 students filled the self-assessment form, and according to the results, almost 80% of the students were able to define their way forward in their life even before coaching began. And this does not surprise me because you, as the youth of today, are very clear about things that you want to do and achieve. This is an incredible results, definitely for the students of age group between 18 to 26. It gladdened our heart to know that they are beginning at a very high point. Second group included 177 students out of these 299 filling up the form. And it shows that their ability to define what they want increased up to 13%. And this percentage is a great increase because we see that this increase is compared to where they were before coaching, where they're already quite clear about what they want to achieve. And after coaching, it has gone up. So what do we understand? This demonstrates that coaching is not only to increase the performance of the students who are struggling, but also to enhance the performance of high performers. So I think this really demonstrates the power of coaching that has been happening under the We Empower project. And to testify to that, we have 2 students from these programs who underwent the We Empower first phase of coaching between September to December 2021. I invite onto stage our very first student, Ananya, from the MBA course to talk about her experience. Let's give her a big round of applause. Ananya, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I carry my diary with me everywhere. I have to take a little reference from it, but there are certain points that I've written that I really don't want to miss out on. So yeah, my name is Ananya Mehta. I'm pursuing my MBA here at Shalini University, and it has been a productive and challenging yet blissful place to be at. So today I'm here to share my coaching experience, and it has been transformative, so to say. It's a really heavy word that some people just throw around, but I for real mean it when I use it. I've always been an introvert person, won't lie, and I embrace that side of myself. But when they say that growth happens when you step out of your comfort zone, they say it right. And so when I got here at Shalini, I had this huge platform to just go all out and experience life to the fullest. And I did exactly that. I was going into all the activities that I could see. I was garnering a lot of experiences, but it got really overwhelming really quick because there was no direction. It just got chaotic, you know. And because I was going for everything I could see, there was no set structure or direction to it. And that's exactly when this coaching intervention came in as a blessing. There's a lot of confusion around the word coaching, and as Atul sir said, skepticism. For me, I describe coaching as something that helps you bring out the superpower that resides within you, but is yet to manifest, so to say. So it brings out the super you, and it has done the same for me. I've always had self-belief and self-confidence issues. So no matter how much I did, it never felt enough. I always looked for constant external validation. I still have that issue somewhere, but it's gotten better. So when I started my coaching sessions, the first thing that me and my coach worked upon was to take conscious note of as to how much I'm achieving, how much I'm experiencing. And since I've started doing that, there has been no going back. And I think I love myself a little more because I'm taking conscious note of, yeah, I'm doing enough. I'm taking one day at a time. Coaching also helped me purge out the need of achieving perfection and immense excellence. And I take it in a negative way because it just brought about fear and procrastination in my case. So there was no growth there, I believe. So what me and my coach did that I redesigned my brain to just keep the momentum going, grab the opportunities as they come to me, collect a plethora of experiences, and just take one day at a time. Being held accountable and answerable is amazing. At least it helped me because I won't lie, there was anxiety initially because as humans, we have that fear of judgment, you know, that, okay, if I've not achieved that thing that I told my coach I would before the next session, then she would judge me. Or I'm saying she because my coach was she, so personal experience. But yeah, but I assure you that coaching is something, interacting with your coach is possibly one of the safest space you can be at. So with each session, the anxiety will lessen, and at least the intensity of that anxiety would lessen, and it did for me. I've also realized that internal growth, you know, working on them personal goals, makes the achievement, or if not the achievement, the contentment, at least from working on them professional goals, inevitable. Trust me when I say that knowing yourself, seeking the answers to your questions and the solutions to your problem by yourself with the help of your coach is amazing. It gives you a sense of achievement and a sense of power. And your coach will not advise you, give you suggestions, put words in your mouth. They will ask you triggering questions that would force you to introspect, you know, and that's an amazing feeling when you're able to bring about the answers yourself. So I recommend coaching to everyone. And being given this opportunity by our university is a blessing to be grateful for. it had a huge impact on me, given I was willing and able to work on myself. So see, it starts from you only. It all starts from you. You need to be willing to go on this path. So if it worked for me, it will definitely work for you. And I suggest and I recommend you all to please go for this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ananya, for those powerful words and really a transformative journey. I know it's a heavy word, and to achieve that in a matter of a couple of months is a huge task. If you did hear Jonathan Reeds when he was talking about his coaching engagement with his coach having been continued now for 7.5 years, right? So coach has become like your partner, partnering with you for life to help you succeed. Next, I invite onto stage our second student from MBA, who would like to share her experience and journey of working with her coach, Arzu Kamboj. I welcome you onto the stage. Please give her a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm Arzu Kamboj from MBA second year. And firstly, I would like to tell you guys that I was lucky enough to get coached twice, because I was selected from few of the students to get coached, and second time it was a credit course for us. So I was lucky. So talking about my first coaching experience, which was with Amit sir, and it was a wonderful experience. I was a bit nervous earlier, because talking to someone whom you don't know and sharing everything and is difficult for me, actually, because I was, as Ananya said, she was introvert and I was also an introvert person, and I don't like sharing my secrets or anything with others. But only in the first session, I was so friendly or so comfortable to talk what is in my mind with him. And earlier, there were some questions about coaching, like why 1 hour or 45 minutes? What should I talk to him? And what kind of like questions will be there? Getting out of comfort zone was a bit difficult, but then only in the first session I was so comfortable with him that the 1 hour period or 45-minute period was not enough for me to talk what is inside me. And I was like, every time we had a session, I was so happy and excited to share what I am feeling and how much progress I have made till now. And talking about my second experience, which was with Alexandra ma'am. And at that time, I was in Italy as an international exchange student. And I must tell you that there, I don't have anyone to talk with me. Like, I was far away from my family, and I was feeling so low that I don't want to like do anything, any productive thing. But she was the person who motivated me and told me like what is inside me and what is my potential. So she definitely, like, we had some of the sessions where I literally cried in front of her, but she was patiently listening to me. Like, and at the end of the session, I was so I was feeling so good that, oh my God, like, I'm blessed to have someone with whom I can talk what's inside me. And at that point of time, it was so difficult. Like, in many of the sessions, I was like, no, I want to give up everything. I cannot do it. Then she was like, Arzu, you can do it. And I know you have the potential. So she is the one. And even Amit sir also told me once that, because I was so conscious about people judging me, that he once told me that, Arzu, you are the one who is judging you first. Then you don't know people are judging you or not. You are just thinking that in your mind only. At that point of time, I realized, yes, he's right. I am the one who is judging me, and I am the one who is stopping me from doing what I can actually do. So I actually recommend coaching to all of you because it actually changes lives. So thank you so much.
Aren't we glad to see their journeys? Because that's what we are here for, right? Thank you so much, Arzu. And if we could partner with you to provide this safe space, a confidential space, a space where you talk with your coach on a very personal one-on-one level, sharing your thoughts, your opinions without the fear of judgment. I'm sure I would have looked forward to it, as everybody has shared here earlier. I wish I was coached when I was your age. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, students, for sharing your experiences and your journeys. And you can, we'll be putting up a poster after lunch where you can hear out the experience of other students who have penned it down on a banner as to what they felt, what are the words that came forth for them after having experienced coaching. So thank you so much. At this point in time, we take a pause for lunch. We do not disperse as yet. I would just quickly want to summarize the learnings and takeaways from the morning so far. It's been a day dedicated to unraveling the truth about coaching and its bearing on young minds. As we conclude from the remarks of all our speakers, we do arrive at a common connecting point, that is what Arzu said, coaching can change lives. There is an increasing need to fast realize that academic sector in India must have a wider, global mindset than it had in the past. Today, the practice and relevance of coaching to the education sector is only upsurging and will witness a sharp growth curve in the future, given the great volatility and complex challenges within and outside campuses, staring at academicians and the managements and students at large. The project currently in progress at the Shulini University is thus a categoric attempt to provide students a space to spot their learning opportunities, set the groundwork to achieve change, and then see things through. We will meet sharp at 2:30 p.m. here after your lunch break and enter into one of the most exciting and exhilarating sessions of the conclave. That is the demystifying coaching session. I shall brief you on the details, but let me tell you, once you're back, we'll be going out for almost 1.5 hours in open spaces with your respective coaches. So you'll be broken down into smaller groups. You'll work with the coach, the transition time, talking to the coach and coming back, sharing your reflections would in total take 1.5 hours. But your coach will demonstrate to you what coaching is all about, how it happens. I will not spill any more beans, but we will not be sitting in APJ and we'll be out, in open air, fresh air, and you'll more certainly like these sessions. So till then, and please do assemble back in time because I'll be sharing the brief details about how to go about it sharp at 2:30, and you don't want to miss on that. Thank you so much for staying back till now, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Our dear colleagues and seniors can please join us in Vrindavan Gardens for lunch.
Guys, please listen. You have to be with your team leaders only. And you have to be back at 2:20. 2:20 exact.
job. Let's take a short break.
Students who are sitting here, if you remember who was sitting next to you, please call them because attendance will be only after evening attendance is also taken. You can remind them to be here quickly. And as I told you, we'll not be sitting in the hall now. We'll have a lot of interaction in smaller groups in open spaces, Vrindavan Gardens, library, their respective coaches. You will certainly enjoy these sessions. I know from morning it has been a little heavy for all of you. No? I'm glad if it's a no, but I understand if it's a yes. You must have WhatsApp groups for your students, right? For your class groups. Can you please put that? We are waiting for them to join. आप जाना 10 मिनट को बस दिख के आ जाना इसी बच्चे प्लीज अंदर बुला लो जो बच्चे हैं ask them to sit All right, students, we'll be starting now. Please put your phones in silent mode. I'll just give you the instructions before we break out into smaller rooms. Dear coaches, we'll be going back to the same spaces in 5 minutes. A lot of exercise. Absolutely. How many of you at least excited to understand what coaching is through a live experience, rather than the theory and the people talking about it? Okay, that's a good number. People who are not interested will go with Puneet sir, and he will make sure that he makes you interested. For I have failed in this for now. Just on a lighter note. Yeah. So we're good to start. The tech team can give me a go. All right, 3 cheers for you all and for the way the conclave is shaping up. The demystifying coaching session. Uncover what coaching looks like, feels like, and sounds like. Raise your hands and make some noise. In the first 10 to 15 minutes from now, all of you participants and those present online will break into groups and witness live coaching demos. Student volunteers will form these groups with the numbers that they are allocated with and move to the designated places with their assigned coaches. These spaces that I shared earlier are open spaces, and you would also find seating arrangement done on the ground or maybe the chairs. How many of you are excited about this? All right, you can make some noise again. Online participants who are joining us from various parts of the country and the world will be put into breakout rooms with 1 coach each. We request the students who are online joining us to rename themselves as student. In case they are faculty members joining us, to rename themselves as faculty. And the coaches who are volunteering to do the demos for these sessions to rename themselves as Coach DM. I will just take a pause here and repeat the instruction. Faculty to rename themselves as faculty, students accordingly, and coaches who are volunteering to rename themselves as Coach DM. Since these sessions are confidential in nature, but because of the numbers, we may have to put certain groups into working with 1 coach. We would try and maintain the sanctity of the conversation. And therefore, faculty and students will be put in separate breakout rooms to create a safe space and allow for more interaction. Participating coaches will demonstrate coaching both in the physical space and online with a volunteer. And once the short demo is over, students will come forward and share their reflections with the coach. You would be also handed over post-its, students who are present physically here. If you have a pen with you, once the coaching demo is going on or once it is over, you'll be given 5 to 10 minute window to pen it down, what you felt. Just be very honest, very candid, and very direct about whatever you felt about the coaching demo that you witnessed, and come back and paste it on the sticky wall that you see on my right side. You see 2 sticky walls. You have to do nothing. Just pen your thoughts on Post-it, come and paste it. You don't need Fevistick or any glue. The sticky wall itself will take the Post-it. And the coaches and the students who are present online, we will be sharing the instructions with you shortly. We will break out now, take 10 minutes to transition to our designated spots, have a 10-minute bonding time with the coach, get into a coaching demo for around 20 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes of reflection, and then 10 minutes of walking back. We'll be assembling here sharp at 3:45. I request you all to be on time so that we can maintain the time frame that we have been following since morning. So I think it's a good time, and I would request first the volunteers to get up. And as you get up, one can be near the door, the rest can stay here. When you see a volunteer, walk up to your volunteer and start walking with them. They will guide you to the space that you need to be. So one volunteer, please come forward. The online participants, we thank you for your patience. And we'll come back to you in a minute. The breakout rooms. So we are going to assign you to the breakout rooms, students along with the coaches in smaller groups. Once you are in the breakout room, we request you to keep your video on and audio as suited. The coach will introduce themselves and create the space for the demo session to begin. Wishing you all a best of luck and ready to see you here back at 3:30. The online participants will be seeing you here at 3:30 and the physical participants will be seeing you here at 3:30 again, because you will need 15 minutes to put on your reflections on the sticky wall. Thank you so much. All the best. Enjoy these sessions.
Just a second. So here is Adhir Mathur and go. All right. So group 5 and 6, please go along with Adhir Mathur sir and her volunteer.
Inside temple area. Inside temple area. And your coach is Rukia Khan. Ma'am.
All right, so groups, please go along with Rukia ma'am inside the temple. Make a